Happy Friday. Let's do this thing. Sorry, my voice sounds a bit rougher than usual. My voice always kind of sounds rough, but I do have a cough drop. But this is the price I pay for my gotcha sins. Is a little bit of a rough voice today. Oh, I need music actually. Hold on. I forgot. Dude, I think I'm gonna have to figure something out with these sheep because my my farm save struggles to load now. Yeah, the sheep. We get the black screen. We made it in. Oh, it's chugging though. Okay, it'll recover. It's fine. Just a couple sheep. We are in the dark here. Be fishing for a bit. Spend all our money on sheep. We might cause the apocalypse because I bought so many sheep. I think I need to... I think what I need to do, realistically... So we have... I think we have 900 sheep. I don't know, it's kind of a mess, this list. But I think we have 900 sheep. And it's already struggling. I might need to turn down the visual animals mod. Because I'm pretty sure it's killing my game. I mean, also... futures are tanking. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to go turn that mod down or just like give up on it. But I was hoping we could like get the full 3K and then like look at them, you know, before I did that. But I might need to turn it down and turn it back up when we have more. Because I think we're having some problems. I mean, I can also just make it a little lower. To be fair, like it's like all the way up. Hold on, let's go over there real quick. I'm a little worried. I don't want the game to crash, you know. If it's struggling when we're not even over there, like, yikes, you know. I mean, I could also just... I might just remove the mod, because, like, I don't even know if turning it down is going to help. Or if we need to remove the mod straight up. Because the other thing I noticed is when the hour ticks over, it's real bad. And I don't think that one I can do anything about. But I'm really worried because, like, okay, I'm gonna have 3,000 sheep, right? That alone is... oh, I'm going the wrong way. That alone is a problem. But what happens when I have 3,000 cows and 3,000 pigs and 3,000 sheep and 3,000 goats? Like, that's gonna be a problem. Oh my god, they're so beautiful though. Look at them. It's like stars in the sky, but sheep. Oh my god, look how glorious they are. Oh. How could I possibly get rid of them when they look so good? Oh no. I gotta remember the button for this. I want to say it's like shift T? No. Control T? No. Shoot, I don't remember what it is. Visual Animals Mod FS25. It is Shift T. Oh, other shift? Oh, I have a conflict. All right, we got it. Hold on. Already tech issues. Screenshot flying sheep. I need to remove the other mod I added. This is the thing. I have so many mods that, like, so many things could go wrong. Okay, I have a task list somewhere. I'm not going to use this. Let's get rid of this. Bum bum ba da 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 ba da 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 ba da da ba da da. Yeah. What if I just bump it down to like the actual number we're using? Because I don't know how the mod works, you know? Like, who knows what they're doing under the hood to make this many sheep appear? Oh no, it's gonna struggle to load now. Because I'm in the middle of the... maybe because I'm at the eye of the storm, it'll be better. Oh no. Oh no. The darkness. We made it. Okay. Shift T. Nope. Shift T. There it is. Okay, I have it at 1,000. So I did lower it. Let's go to 850. What's the recommended? 50. Yeah, we'll just put it at like, yeah, we'll just put it at like 800. Give them a minute. Now you know what? I'll turn it down. I'll turn. I hate to turn it down. We'll go to recommended. That's just wrong. The way the base game works is just wrong. If I have 3,000 sheep, where the hell are they? And I still have flying sheep. This just makes me sad. You know what? No, screw it. All the way to the top. I don't care. Crash my computer. I like sheep. I didn't do all this work to not see my sheep. And when I have 2,000, what was it, like 300? When I have 2,300 sheep, we're gonna know it because we're gonna see them. Oh yeah, start mid. Anyway, I'm going home. I gotta go fishing. This is why I need a supercomputer. So that my thousands of animals don't cause the game to chug. It feels good to be awake at the appropriate hour in real life. NTE is fun though. I got my bond level with Fadia up another level, and I went on another date with her, and she moved into my apartment. My brain just went on a wild tangent of like imagining a farmer that like goes home at night and plays like a gotcha game. And then I was like, you know, that's actually not that wild, because I spent like before Juan was like my go-to gaming buddy. I was playing Dark Souls 2, and I wanted, or maybe this was even after Juan, like maybe Juan stopped playing. I'm not sure what happened actually. Order of events is a mystery. I have a bad memory. But regardless, I was playing Dark Souls 2, and I think I was like halfway or 2/3 through the game or something like that. And I got a message on like PlayStation messages from a dude, and he was like, hey, because I think I like helped him kill a boss, because I got summoned, helped him kill a boss, and he was like, hey, I'm trying to 100% this game, and you seemed like you knew what you were doing. Are you also interested in doing that? I was like, yeah, actually, I'm actively doing that. And so then we like regularly hung out exclusively through the PlayStation message thing, just like text messaging each other. I don't think we ever did voice. I don't actually remember. But like this guy told me that he was a farmer. And he also told me about his like love life drama briefly, where like he was like, he would talk about like his baby mama and stuff. But it just kind of blew my, it widened my worldview that this guy that was like, he was literally like talking about like farm stuff. And then he was just hanging out with me, living the polar opposite life, trying to 100% Dark Souls 2. And we had a great time. But then we got to the DLC and we both kind of gave up. It was kind of a lot. But we basically 100% the game up until the DLC. And then I think I played through the game. I think I played through the game again with one after that. Like much later. I don't remember. Again, order of events very fuzzy. But that dude was so chill. I love Dark Souls 2. I have fond memories. Well, I gained an entire digit of money, so I must be fishing correctly. I'm still like, there's like a 10% of my brain is like expecting there to be another milestone from the government for fishing. And like one night we're just gonna be fishing just because it's dark and I can't do anything else. And it's gonna pop up and it's gonna change my life. Because it's gonna be like, if there's another milestone, it's gonna be like $1 million. And if it's $1 million, it means that it's actually $2 million. Because we also get milestones for releasing. Yeah, now we got $10. Exactly. Living the dream out here. Genuinely though, if I was out in the fucking wilderness camping every night and in 30 minutes in the evening I went fishing and I made $2,000, I'd be pretty stoked. I'd be pretty stoked. That'd be pretty much the best. I mean, that's still a lot of fish before you would be able to build a house, but damn. I'm so curious what the whole sheep situation is going to look like in the morning. Because, okay, so we made sure that they're fed. I forget how much it actually was, but I definitely like got them more than enough food to like, at the very least, make it through tonight and tomorrow. Something like that. I don't remember. I should have written it down. But anyway, they're gonna be fine. Granny, I did the math. She cannot handle the capacity of wool being thrown at her. She cannot knit fast enough right now. But don't worry, we're gonna get her some training when we can afford it, and then she's gonna be super fast. But that means she's gonna be 100% productive all night long. So for like, I don't even know, like from now, I go to bed at 2100 hours. So that's a couple hours, and then I sleep for 9 hours. So she got time. But like, she does 1,440 cycles per month. Don't ask me how I remember that number, but I do remember it. And we are on 4-day months. So in a single month, she makes like a pallet and almost a half of a pallet. So I don't think, I mean, really all it's going to be is a number in the menu, because it won't even spit out the pallet because it won't be a full one. But even still, busy babas, yeah. They work all year round very consistently, unlike real life. Yeah, but I think that means, you know, we'll have a pallet to sell every month. That's like $10,000. But per month is pretty slow in the grand scheme of things for my real-time playthrough. So I gotta get money from somewhere, and I don't know how I'm gonna do that just yet. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be fishing, because that's all I've got. But at the same time, I do have a lot of field work to do. So maybe I don't need to make money, because I have a lot of work to do. And then by the time I finish all that work, time will have passed. And then my silage bales will be fermented. And Granny will have made all this cloth. And then, through that, we will have money. Maybe. But I think the silage bales I've done so far are still only like 200K. Granny has got elves for indentured employees. She will. Bro, Granny is gonna have a crazy underground network of like workers or something, because I've already decided that Granny is gonna run every single production that we make. And every single production we do, I want to upgrade so that it is very productive. So this is only the beginning for Granny. And I don't care what I have to do to keep this up. Like, I will modify the Granny mod that I just got for that tailor shop to be not a tailor shop, so that I can place another one for some other production. I'll do it. I did get, as a backup solution, I got a mod that's like lets you put text on things. So like we could build a big ass like factory and then just put Granny's whatever on it. We could do that. That might be more visually interesting than just having a bunch of little granny houses everywhere. Granny will have will be a business tycoon. Granny sweatshops. Yeah. Yeah. Granny and I are going places. I'm telling you. When did I make $2,000? When did that happen? Somehow I missed that. I didn't feel like I sold that many fish. I think I like was envisioning Granny's empire so strongly that I literally autopiloted like all those fish. I did not see that I caught them. I feel like I was playing NTE for like an entire week, but it was like 3 days. I may have hallucinated that game. Like it feels like a crazy dream I had. I also haven't exactly fixed my sleeping schedule as smoothly as I hoped. I'm kind of just hoping that today's stream of Farming Sim helps me right myself. I might need to go for a second cup of coffee today. We'll see. I've learned as I have gotten a bit older that the way I used to fix my schedule doesn't work anymore. I used to just be like, okay, I'll just stay awake until I should go to bed. That don't work anymore. Unless I'm already most of the way shifted, I just gotta take a nap and then sleep again at the right time. Cause I'm too old for that shit. I also, my entire childhood and also into a big chunk of my adulthood, missed out on so much sleep that I feel like my body is still trying to make up for it. Because of my crazy freaking insomnia. I truly don't think I will ever understand all the things that are wrong with my body because of my sleep issues. Because I used to have like multiple days in a row where I couldn't sleep when I was younger. Like on a regular basis. It was awful. And now most of the time I feel like my schedule, like my sleep really only gets ruined by me forgetting I'm a human being. Fishing is really profitable. It's actually kind of crazy. The other thing that's kind of crazy about this is I'm not that far away from being able to get 100 more sheep. Because I think it's like 16k less than to get another 100 sheep. We could do it. There's no point to it. That is what I figured out last time. Because Granny is at max capacity. So we actually need to save money until we get to $81,000 so that we can upgrade Granny. Because the next time I upgrade Granny, we'll basically pay a little bit more than as if we cloned Granny. So her original cost was 80k. We'll pay a little bit more than that to double her production. I think it's to double her production. That's how the old mod worked back in 22. I'm not exactly sure if that's how this one works because it's not made by the same person. So I guess we'll find out. But assuming it does, because they named it very similarly, so I assume they made the mod to replace the one in 22. Then she'll make almost 3 pallets a month. So that gets us very close to once a day pallets. So we really only have to upgrade her twice, because every time we upgrade her, if she gets the 1,440 more cycles per month, then she would do 4.5 a month, which is more than a pallet a day. So that's good. But what I want is a pallet an hour. And that was when it got really crazy. It was like $3 million of upgrades to Granny to get her to that point. And I don't know how many sheep, man. So my main goal is to just, when Granny can't make clothes as fast as sheep make wool, we upgrade Granny. When Granny makes clothes faster than the sheeps make wool, we buy sheep. Until either Granny is making a pallet an hour, or we can't have any more sheep. Now, there is another factor to this, which is that right now, our sheep are not at 100% productivity. And they're still overwhelming Granny. And we don't even have a third of our sheep yet. So I'm thinking my goal in terms of the sheep's wool production is very within reach. The part I didn't really think too hard about was how expensive it was to upgrade Granny. I also didn't check in all of my preparedness how many times I'm allowed to upgrade Granny with this mod, because the old mod let you upgrade something 10 times. We are going to need more than that. I will have to modify this mod to allow us to upgrade like 100 times. At the very least. And that is again assuming that it upgrades at the same rate as the old one, which I'm pretty sure it does, but because the description was very similar. But lots of things to figure out. And this is just the first thing. This is like I feel like this is one of the simplest productions I could have gone into as my first production, which is why I did it. And yet it has turned out to be kind of complicated because it's just so much. It's just so much more to scaling up than I've like ever done. It's actually kind of funny to me that I've never done this with anything in Farming Sim. Like, I've mowed a bunch. That's pretty much the only thing I've done in excess. I feel like everything else, I've never really gone like crazy, where I just was like, yeah, we're gonna go really big and invest big time in this thing. I mean, I guess, well, I did plant that crazy I did plant like a 3,000 tree forest. I forgot about that. That also destroyed my game and my computer, now that I think about it. Oh, well. Yeah, I clearly didn't learn my lesson, but anyway, besides those two things, I haven't really done it before. So I'm kind of excited for like every single production, really. Like, dude, how fun is it gonna be to have enough grapes for a similar level of producing of grape juice? I think there's another thing you can make with grapes, but I can't remember what it is. I know grape juice is one of them, because they don't do wine. There are mods that do wine, which I might install when we get to grapes. But they specifically don't have wine. Oh, is it jam? That makes sense. They don't do wine because of the game rating. They don't want to have alcohol because then it would affect their game rating. But mods will let you have it. Grape jelly. I think I'm gonna, I think I'm gonna have to like consider what I truly mean by getting into every production though. Cause some of them are kind of like, so like, let's say you have a big old field of something, right? Some of the productions are sort of like, well, you can go into this, or you could go into this by using the same like ingredient. And I want to try to structure it so that like we're making, when it comes to foodstuffs, we're doing large scale something with every single crop. Maybe not necessarily making every product, because I feel like that's a whole different thing to figure out. I think instead I'm just going to be like, yeah, because like, for example, like flour, I think there's like 5 different ways you can make flour in this game. And all of those could be used when you make bread or something like that. in the same way. So like it doesn't really matter how you make it. You can still use it to make bread. Like stuff like that. I think I'm just gonna pick a crop that like doesn't produce into something else for something like that. And it's like this crop is for making flour. You know, like I'll just make decisions in that way, and that way like basic, unless I have to double dip, like something needs to be used in multiple things for us to do stuff, then like I will. But I think I'm gonna try to make it really straightforward. Like this crop I'm using for this. But we'll see. I'm still super undecided, and I mean, it feels a long way off whenever I actually think about all the steps left to finish sheep, but I'm still very undecided on what I want to go into after sheep. Like, I think I will most definitely get my construction stuff worked out, which I'm sure will be a whole project in itself. But in terms of like what my next like industry is that I'm intending to truly profit from, because the construction stuff I just want for RP stuff, really. I just want to be able to build my house and some sheds. But the next industry, I'm very undecided, because like I kind of want to do either pigs or cows so that we can start getting either slurry or digestate. But I could also just focus on the biogas plant part of the equation and then use the silage that I get from mowing the sheep pen. Yeah, anything but trees. Yeah, we are not doing trees. We're using the greenhouse for trees. And we are basically using all that stuff just for RP construction things. So yeah, I think biogas plant is probably the way I'm gonna go, because it's sort of a direct, like, we're already making silage bales. So instead of selling the silage bales directly, we use the biogas plant, because I think you can convert silage into some type of fertilizer. I could be misremembering. But I know you can turn it into energy, and then that like is worth more than if you sold the silage directly. So there's that. But that doesn't really feel like a new industry. It's more of a like, I'm gonna need fertilizer. You know, like whatever I'm gonna farm, I'm gonna need fertilizer. And I made this rule that I'm not gonna buy it, so we need to make it. So that's more just like prep. But in terms of what I'm actually gonna go into, I don't know. Like, should we route a path towards cake as soon as possible? And what I mean by that is like, okay, what do we need for cake? I need strawberries. I need eggs. I need sugar. Yeah, that's the thing with pigs too, is like, I don't want to sell or like specifically farm any of the animals for meat. So the only other thing pigs are good for is fertilizer, slurry. So that's kind of where that's going. You need diabetes? Oh no. Also, hi Titans. Yeah, like that's kind of just where that's gonna have to go when it comes to pigs. So like, and I need to do research on the pigs, man, because I feel like I don't really know. I don't know what's needed. Also, the other problem with pigs is that pigs eat pig food. And I have always bought pig food. And I know there's a way to feed them that's not buying pig food, but I don't know what that way is. So, but I would assume it's, you know, growing crops. So that would mean I need to grow crops first so that I can feed them. But then if I'm growing crops, I really want fertilizer. I already want fertilizer. Yeah, I would imagine corn is involved. Yeah, that does seem... I don't know if they eat, like... I'll have to look. Hold on. Let me catch this one. There is a way to look at this in the game. I'm making it sound like I have to Google it. I do not have to. Help. Animals. Farming basic. Crops. Yield. Okay, pigs. Food. Corn. Wheat. Barley. Canola. Sunflowers. Soybeans. Potatoes. Sorghum. And sugar beets. Product. Manure and slurry. There are different kinds of pigs. There's no real difference except for their visual appearance. Okay. They're the most time-consuming animal because you need to feed them a variety of crops you need to grow yourself. As an alternative, you can buy pig food, which is, of course, more expensive in the long run. To maintain the health of your pigs and therefore to go to reproduce, you need to provide them with the right mix of feed. You just unload the pig food or each crop at the unloading of the pigsty. Okay. You don't need to use a mixing wagon, which is required for cows. Okay, so here, and then they explain. So, you either need to have corn or sorghum. We also need to have either wheat or barley. We also need to have either soybeans, canola, or sunflowers. And we also need to have potatoes or sugar beets. See, that's complicated. That's a lot. So I need to grow at minimum to grow and to have harvested at least once 4 different crops. I think pigs are going to have to wait. I think that answers my question. So like the rest of the animals, okay, so cows are also complicated because we got to do TMR. To do them properly, we got to do TMR. So it's basically, it's similar to pigs, but like even more difficult because you would need a mixer and stuff like that. Also, they're just more expensive than pigs in general. Horses also eat crops. I don't think you just feeding them hay is the same. I don't think. I don't know. I don't know about that, but these ones are kind of like, we are not going to go heavy on horses because horses are very manual. You have to go ride them. I do think there's a mod where we could like hire somebody to ride them, but pigs are easy because they don't really need a field. Yeah, the problem is I need all the fields to make the food for them. That's the thing that makes them hard. Okay, but sheep, they just eat the grass, right? So they're fine. Goats, also easy. These would be like as easy as sheep. So in terms of animals, I would say this is the next one. In terms of easiness. Open field notes, yeah. This is the second easiest in Farming Sim because we already have grass. Like, we're done. And we can basically do exactly what we did with sheep with goats. And then we get goat milk. And I don't know if goat milk... Oh yeah, milk can be processed into goat cheese. So we could make cheese. I don't know... Ooh. If we go here, This isn't really a good way to see how valuable this actually is, but that's what a pallet of cheese is worth. Almost 2,000. So do with that information as you will. And then water buffalo I've never done because they're new to 25. Sounds like they're basically like cows. They need TMR. Oh, and bees. Bees don't need anything. So I forgot about bees entirely, actually. But you know, there's a reason I forgot about bees that I just remembered. Every time I've tried to do bees, even when I didn't go that large scale, I had a pallet problem. They couldn't I couldn't get all the pallets. Okay, but apparently honey can be processed further, so there must be a production that uses this. Yeah, and you can, these are interesting in Farming Sim because mechanically, if you put them next to fields, they're supposed to increase the yield of certain crops. So it says right here, canola, sunflower, and potato fields. So that's interesting. We can get a dog eventually. Yeah, so, and they explain total mixed ration. Let's see, making money. I do wish they had like the production chains in the help menu. It's kind of crazy to me that they don't. Oh wait, well they at least tell you the products, but that's not very useful, is it? Is it? Precision farming, Highlands fishing. All right, yeah, that's it. May as well save. So we could do goats, but I feel like I need to get into crops, guys. Like I need to get into crops so that I start having more options. Because if I get some fields going, then they can be growing. You know, like they're gonna take forever to grow. Because I'm playing real time. A month is gonna take a month or longer in real life. We need to get these crops planted. But the problem with that is I gotta buy the land. Because I want to go really large scale so that when they are grown and we harvest them, it's not just like a, you know, a nothing. Like we need it to be a lot. Bees are easy. Yeah, like I'm not really concerned that like bees are gonna be too hard or any of that. And like I said, like goats, we have everything we need except for the money. The problem really is the money. It's like, do I want to spend my money there or do I want to spend my money getting land so that we get things growing sooner? And I think the latter is true. And that's kind of where my fertilizer thing is, because I'm like, well, I think order of operations is either my next big set of purchases all goes to Granny and the sheep. We keep upping that until it can't go up no more. Or we let it be as it is, which I don't think we should. we let it be how it is, and then we go get like the biogas plant, which is a big weight. That's like at least, I think it was like $240,000. But yeah, I don't think we do that. I think we up Granny and Sheep until we hit our goal, because then that's just happening. We're literally every hour, if we do that every hour, we are making more than 10K an hour. And I don't have to do a single thing for that to be true after it's set up. Like, that'll just be a fact. We will make 10K an hour. I feel like that's a good initial direction for our money. And we've already invested so much in it. It would be silly to not like finish before we start a new project. You know what I mean? But after that, I think biogas plant, because again, it's sort of wrapping up what I already have invested in, which is I have all this mowing equipment. We're gonna have a ton of silage bales. We may as well start actually getting maximum profit from those bales with a biogas plant. And side effect, fertilizer. And then I think from there is when I'm going to start deciding, like, okay, what are we going to do? I mean, I do really want my house, and that is going to be kind of expensive because I got to set up all the construction shit. But if we're making over 10K an hour in one day, we will make $240,000. So I think we'll have a lot more room to just be like, I'm gonna go do this now, and I'm gonna go do this now, because every day I'll have a bunch of new money. I can do anything I want in a day, and I will still have $240,000 more by the end of that day. You know what I'm saying? Which, you know, I feel like that strongly beats what I've done in the past with logging, because logging is 100% of your attention and action. Yes, it makes you a ton of money, but you have to actively do it for it to make you money. You have to constantly be doing the action of logging to actually get that money. It's not like you can go do something else while your wood makes money. It just doesn't really work that way. I mean, I guess for most people it probably does work that way, because they chop the wood, they put it in a sawmill to like make more advanced products, and then they go do other things because they're not playing real time. But for me, it's never really been that way. But like, okay, for example, if we get to the point of where I just said we get the biogas plant, at that point, I could literally just focus on buying up land. And then, bare minimum, we have a shit ton of grass, and we'll have the biogas plant. So if we're fermenting all these bales, we're gonna start making crazy money and crazy fertilizer, and then we make big old fields for all the crops, start planting everything, and then we are just overwhelmed with productions we gotta go make so that we can do that. Like, do everything with all those crops. And that's what we want. And we're like, oh, we gotta make TMR so we can start doing cows. No worries. I've already got a stockpile of like millions of liters of all of the ingredients. You know what I mean? Anyway, I'm getting way ahead of myself. Tonight we're fishing. Tomorrow, I'm cutting grass. We are baling up grass to store up food for the winter for the sheep. And then once that's sorted out, if there's still time in the day, we will start turning their pen grass into a proper grass field so that it produces more grass than it would as simply a meadow, which is what it is right now. And that's pretty much, if I can get those two things done in September, I'll be pretty darn happy. And then from there, it is about how we spend our money. Upgrading Granny. Upgrading our sheep capacity. Our sheep should also be making babies. So it will be interesting to see if we suddenly have a bunch of babies popping up, because I don't know how quickly they produce in this game. I do not remember. But we bought them at the oldest we could buy them, 8 months, and they can reproduce at 8 months. So we'll see. We may not need to buy more sheep. We may just be getting sheep, depending on how fast that happens. Man, we are at 20K already? God dang. Out of control. That's a fourth of a granny. That's crazy. That's how I should state the price of everything from now on. In grannies. 1/4 granny. 2 grannies. Man, 10 grannies would be a lot of money. I feel like if I said it enough and casually enough and somebody just came in while I was talking that way, they would think I was trying to say like grand, like 2 grand, and not granny. Oh, I started today with 8K. So I made 12K. And I did a bunch of yapping where I wasn't fishing. So I'd say that's pretty good. also still really want to set up the like gas depot and repair shop and the hand planting saplings station over in that area in front of the sheep, because I want to plant some trees for decorative purposes. Don't worry, not for logging purposes. And just kind of have like a station over there so that once we get a second tractor, number one Fred doesn't have to leave that area. That becomes like number one Fred's zone. And I mentioned this before, but like eventually what I envision is there will basically be a road that goes north to south, or south to north, whatever you want to say, from the shop to the sheep, sort of like a major road. And then once you get up to where that depot is, in front of the sheep, there's a road going east to west and west to east, both directions. And that basically goes as close to the east and west edges of the map as that north to south road goes to the north edge of the map. And then it does, those connect to north-south roads on the east and west side of the map. And so it's like a big circle, basically, that'll go around the map of road. That's kind of like the major roads in the map. And then there'll be another one east to west that's like in the center of the map. And that crosses the other, crosses the north to south. I don't know if it makes sense, but yeah. So that'll be like the major road, and then all the other roads will be more like farm roads, like dirt roads, basically, that are going like between fields and stuff like that. Because my vision is that most of the center of the map that's not on the outskirts will be fields. Outside of where I am right now, where there's going to be like a big shed, and we're gonna have probably more storage, and then in that little tree area that I've pointed out a few times, I want to have a couple of our construction productions over there, and we'll probably have greenhouses, the other greenhouses in this area as well. But outside of this center area, it's just going to be fields, really. And I want any utility buildings and other productions to be more on the outskirts. I think it'll look nicer. So like, for example, we have very field specific stuff. So grapes is a good example where we're probably going to have a narrow tractor to go between the things. And we're going to have a lot of grape and olive specific stuff for those fields. It'll probably have its own shed of equipment on the outskirts of the map, but near where that field is. And then like our other animals will have, similar to the sheep, like barns that are on the outskirts of the map. I am wondering whether I'm basically going to say, I think I want them somewhat near the sheep, even though that's probably awful for the performance of the game, because I think they're going to share the bale storage. So I think the northern edge of the map is going to end up being a lot of the animals. At least all the ones that, like, goats should be nearby, because they basically need the exact same things as sheep. But I don't know. That's also putting a lot of work on Fred, because realistically, if like on one side of the sheep is goats and the other side of the sheep is like, I don't know what, but is something else, let's say like horses or something, they all need just basically bales from the bale storage for their food. So like, I feel like that would end up becoming Fred's responsibility. And he's already kind of got a lot going on for the sheep. Like, even once I get my other tractors. So I don't know. I don't know what the flow's gonna be yet in that regard. I feel like I actually need to whip out like paint when we get to the real planning stage here and like figure out what every production I'm gonna have is, whatever, like what we're gonna need for animals, all that stuff, and then like figure out where I actually physically want it on the map, and then coordinate like where store like sheds are gonna be for equipment, and like kind of the at least loose guidelines of the kinds of equipment that are gonna live where on the map. But I don't know, I could probably get away with doing it more organically the way we did with sheep, since we're really like, I don't think at any point we're gonna just be sitting around being like, all right, well now I have the money to make 5 new industries. I think every single time I get any decent sum of money, it'll be enough to like get 80% of the way set up in a new production, just because of the scale that I'm planning to do everything at. But we'll see. I think the really the only exception to that is like crops, because honestly, we already have all the equipment technically that we would need to make fields for a large amount of the crops, because we have a seeder. It is the worst one. I don't want to seed as big a field as I'm planning with that seeder, but we'll see what happens. And we have a cultivator, same situation, very, very small. I have a plow. It's the worst. It's like 2 meters. You know, like basically we have equipment that Fred can use. And my hope was that we kind of don't plant any of my actual crop fields with Fred, and that we just do the grass field with Fred. And that's kind of it. You know, like maybe if for some reason we need to get into a really small space at some point to make a field, Fred will be there with his tiny like his tiny field making equipment and his tiny seeder. But hopefully by the time I'm making other incredibly massive fields for every single crop, we are not planting them with that seeder. The seeder is the worst part, because that seeder, I don't even think it carries 1,000 liters of seed at a time. And we're gonna be planting a 64-acre grass field with that thing. There is no shot that that is going to be a simple task. In fact, it's so bad that I might replace that seeder before we ever even use it. But I don't even think I can, is the problem, because I would have to buy another tractor. And we can't do that. Not right now. So, I don't know. Because the logistic way it would work right now with the equipment I currently have is that we would put big bags of seeds into the back of the little can-do. And we would drive that up to the sheep field. Then I would bring Fred all the way down to the store. Pick up the cedar. Fill the cedar, I guess, while I'm there, because why not? Like, get one extra big bag, fill it as much as it will, drive back with Fred to the field, plant, you know, I don't know, a couple feet of grass, drive the little can-do up next to the cedar, refill the cedar, do another couple feet of grass, and rinse and repeat until the little can-do doesn't have big bags in the back of it anymore. Then little can-do goes all the way back to the store, gets more big bags, brings them all the way back to the sheep pen, and then the fucking we just one little strip at a time, swapping in and out of the little can-do and Fred to actually plant the field. It's gonna be so painful. Yeah, I don't really know the alternative because I don't think there's another cedar that Fred can even use. So he's at 150 horsepower. So this is the one we have. It's crazy expensive, by the way. It's 3 meters and it only holds 600 liters of seed. It is pathetic. I have no other way to describe it. It's pathetic. Okay, then you spend a little bit more and Fred already can't pull this one. Fred can't pull that one. Fred could pull this one, but it's also 3 meters. But it can hold more seed. Maybe I should have gotten that one. Fred can pull this one. Okay, it's better than I thought. Because this one's 4.6. It holds more than... It holds triple the amount of... Oh, no. No. I don't know. Something weird here. Is this also a, What is this? Fertilizer distributor unit. What are you? Harvest starts here. Man, I regret getting this thing. Like, straight up. I messed up buying this. I should have bought this. Okay. Dude, should I sell my cedar? I'm not going to get all my money back, but can't use that one. Can't use that one. Can't use that one. Okay, yeah, these are all way too fancy. I think I should swap out for this guy. I don't know where this guy came from, but... I also feel like this really looks like it doesn't need a cultivator. But I'm not Sure. How bad is it? Oof. Oh, it's like 5K if I sell this now. I really think I should, though. I haven't used it, but... And I'm concerned I don't even need this as well. Man, I really messed up buying this. That's so bad. Well, I guess I should sell it now. There is a risk of the other one not fitting into the hole, whereas I know this one does. So there's that. And I didn't buy this because the thing, save and try it, yeah. Let me actually just go. Okay, so first of all, we can eyeball this real quick. This is... I don't think wideness will be too much of a problem, but we'll see how wide this thing actually is. See, I bought all this equipment early because I wanted to make sure at the time I didn't even realize we were going to have a sheep pen before I made the fields. So that was part of the problem. But the other problem was I was trying to make sure I didn't spend money that I needed for this equipment. So I pre-bought it. But I really messed up. And it was kind of in the phase where we were like, I was accepting the fact that things were going to be very painful, because we were like, that was the wheelbarrow shovel phase of things, is when I bought this. And we're like, we have a tractor. Like Fred's doing a good job. We have a business now. And I don't want to like go as big as possible immediately, but Fred is a really good limiter. Like, he is one of the weakest little tractors you can use. So it's kind of a good self-limiter. Like, going beneath that is just sort of like suffering for suffering's sake with a lot of this stuff. So hopefully this is fine. And I'm technically skirting my rule a little bit here of not like selling. We've already skirted it once because basically my exception that I made for myself is that if I buy something with the intent to use it for something and it doesn't work for that purpose, I can sell it back. But if I outgrow something, I just need to find a way to use it. Like, it should still be used for whatever its original thing is. Is Fred a Giants brand or in real life? I think it's in real life. It's Volvo. If it's the fake brand is Lizard. If something says Lizard in this game, that means it's like fake. Oh, that's the back. Oops. I left this door open. I'm a bad customer. Oh, it is slightly better if I sell it here. Okay, that's not as big a loss, at least. I didn't know if I was misremembering, to be honest. Okay, so we'll do that. Let me get the other one. And I will pretty much know immediately if this is not gonna work out. It doesn't look like it folds, so it could be a problem. It does look like it would. Oh, this is the other thing. That storage might not be even referring to seed capacity. That might be the actual worst thing about this. It is wider though, so it's still probably worth it. Ooh, yeah, I don't know if that's gonna fit, actually. We're gonna have to go check that. No, we have to go check that at the actual door. That thing was hella expensive, too. Now, there is no real way, I don't think. I think I just have to buy seeds to even know if this works. I mean, we're gonna need these tomorrow, so I guess it's not the end of the day or the world. Ooh, yeah, okay. Oh no, okay, that was the actual capacity. What did it say in the store? Cedar. So the 1270 is the capacity for seeds. 1800 is probably the capacity for fertilizer. Well, this will be a good first test. Can I go through this door? I can. It might be too wide. It really might. Also, I might I might need I don't even want to say it, but I might need to get the attachment for a tractor because we're in precision farming. I don't know if it's gonna complain. It'll definitely make it worse, I think, because I don't have that yet. We're kind of farming like because precision farming just add, if I remember correctly from when we did it in Frontier, I think it basically makes the default yield worse if you ignore precision farming. And then if you do all the extra steps, it's like slightly better or something. But them extra steps cost money and time that I don't currently have. So I don't know. And this is an interesting situation because, like, if it was the planting, I'm more like, so fertilizing we're not doing, but fertilizing I could do next time. But my hope with the seeding is we seed this once and never again, because this is a grass field. It's always going to be a grass field. So I seed this once, that's it. We can fertilize it later or whatever, but I seed this field once. And then this seeder doesn't even live here because we don't need to seed this place again. I feel like I'm gonna undo this decision already, even if this fits through the door. But I am curious now if it fits through the door. Because I'm like thinking about it, I'm like, I lost 20K. This is a one-time seeder anyway. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm stressing. I'm stressing. This thing's too wide, isn't it? It's too wide. There's actually sheep in here. Yeah, it's a little too wide. Well, good thing we saved. All right, we keep with our shitty seeder. It's fine. It's fine. I made the right call the whole time. I've never made a mistake ever. Turns out. The only mistake I ever made was doubting myself. We are already 40 hours into this playthrough, by the way. That's crazy. Have I done amazing work or have I barely done anything? You decide. Oh, God. I'm gonna be so sad if, okay, here's the real thing though. If I do everything I plan to do in this playthrough, it's gonna be so fucking satisfying to think back to this moment when all we had was Fred. And like, I mean, honestly, to think back to before we even had Fred. And then we're gonna be like, look at this empire I built. But we're gonna get to see it happen like one step at a time. Like, how cool is that? I love it. It's why I love doing Start from Scratch, because it was like that one project I did in that No Man's Land playthrough was so worth. Like, I was so proud of that forest. It was, I think, over 200 hours of work. And it was such an incredible feeling. But also, like, I loved my little animal farm that served no financial purpose, but it was so cute with the little gates and the little dirt roads and the slopes and my dog was there, and I have my little electric tractor that I went and did all the animal chores with. And I was so proud of that, like, garage area I built near the forest that was like in front of one of the fields, and it had like a parking lot that I like painstakingly put the hedges around, like, to separate between the field and the parking lot. And it looked so, like, it didn't look like I built it, you know? And it was just, but I did. And so every time I looked at it, every time I drove through it, every time I parked a harvester inside of that garage, I was like, you know, like, it was really nice. And I'm looking forward to that, but on such a larger scale with this, because it's like, now I know what I can achieve in the game compared to then. And so, like, I got bigger plans. And I'm just so happy for it. I will say I'm a little tempted with the construction stuff to just build basically what I had before, but maybe like another sapling garden, greenhouse, and then finish my house and then destroy it. And not do construction. I'm a little tempted because, as satisfying as it is, it's sort of like in the way a little bit, because normally you would put in the work and you'd put all these buildings down, and then, like, once you're done with construction, you would just sell the materials and stuff on a regular basis. But since I don't want to profit from logging this time, I kind of feel like I shouldn't. And I do think that the custom shed thing is really cool, but I'm also pretty scared of it, to be honest. And there just weren't, like, when I was looking for constructible versions of things, there just weren't that many things. It's really just like farmhouses, and that's pretty much it. I was kind of hoping that, like, there were constructible animal pens and constructible production buildings and, like, all this stuff. But as far as I can tell, it doesn't really exist. So I'm thinking, after we mow all of our grass, I'm just gonna plop back down my construction stuff. We get our house finished, and then I tear it down. Good morning. Did I not cast one line? I didn't. I'm just sitting here staring at the water like an idiot. My head in the clouds. You're gone bird watching, I see. I guess so. It's really unfortunate that today my farming started at night because I really need any help I can get to wake the fuck up today. My gacha binge, I'm feeling it. Oh my god. I suggest Monster. Oh, the drink. Still don't know that I've ever had a Monster. No, I have actually. I've had a Monster, the Monster Java? Like their coffee one? Something like that. It was very sugary, or at least it tasted very sugary. I need Cuban coffee. At your caliber, he says. Just took up an IV drip of caffeine. Yeah, that's what I need right there. $25,000. Speaking of Monster. Bump da bump da dum bump bump da bump da bump bump da bump da bump. Ba da da dum ba dum. Turkish coffee. I don't know enough about coffee to understand what y'all are telling me. Like, so Cuban is stronger. I'm getting context clue. Turkish is deadly? I don't know. I don't know what the implication is there. Intense, filled with sugar. Oh, okay. Yeah, I do not need sugar. Sugar would be a really bad idea because I would just crash and burn. You would you'd get hyper nightly for like an hour and then I would crash and burn. I would not make it. Fruits have sugar. Make an espresso. I think no sugar. I think just straight coffee. I think I just need my second cup here in a minute. Before we go to bed here, I'm gonna get my coffee so that I can have my coffee for the next day. Maximum RP, but also very much needed. No sugar! Man, you guys really want me to have sugar. No sugar! None. donuts and coffee are like a really delicious combo because it's kind of like one of my favorite things, which is like sweet and savory in general. I just really love that combo. But man, I don't really get starting your day that way because like one donut has so much sugar, like that would just put me to sleep. I don't care how much coffee you give me. I'm crashing if you give me a donut. Even when I'm not tired. Like somehow donuts are like over 100% sugar, which is impossible, but somehow they are. A croissant, that would be better. You gotta be careful with bread these days, though. They put sugar in bread. In all our bread. You go buy a loaf of bread, it's got sugar in it. Sugar is in everything. How about a croissant with ham and melted cheese? I mean, that sounds pretty good. Though I don't do much cheese. I like cheese. I just try not to eat a ton of cheese. It's one of those things that like, if you like go out to eat, it's actually like, you kind of have to go out of your way to get food without cheese on it. They put sugar and cheese in everything, is what I'm trying to say. It's a conspiracy. I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. I'm fishing. Don't speak Japanese. This is my favorite karaoke song from Yakuza. It's the best one of all time. Ringo. Oh yeah, big money. Hydrate after this one. Hydrate. I've got 6 minutes till bedtime. I think I should just call it here, actually. Let's save. No, just bedtime in the game. Bedtime in the game. Don't worry. All right. We will go to sleep to 8 a.m. But also, I'm going to go on break and I'm going to make a cup of coffee for the new day. So I will be back. Dang, that boss looks tough. We're gonna be there for a while. Also, hi, I'm back. Coffee is way too hot to drink, but it is here with me. Oh, oh, that's the sheep, the sheep, the sheep! Processing! Wouldn't it be so funny if, like, the day loaded in and we were just in a pile of wool pallets? One day. Ooh. Ooh, we're trying. We had a really rough night of sleep. Oh. I think every hour it's gonna hiccup because of the sheep. Well, it's a long night. That would be the sky that you're looking at. Whoa, daylight. Oh, we made it. Property maintenance, sure. So what's the haps over here? 224 liters of clothes. We're starting to get excess in the distribution. Hey, our sheep have condensed into one stack of 800. Very nice. Oh, a brand new day. Let's take the can-do. I gotta go cut some grass for the sheep. Can't wait till I have a road. We're gonna cut not in the dark. I'll be able to see. Okay, bye. Ba-da-ba-dum. That's what I was afraid of. Okay. I wasn't sure which was the front and which was the back of this thing. There it is. All right. Cutting grass. I think I should just go ahead and do all grass bales with our remaining grass. And not do any wrapped bales for silage. But we'll see. We'll see what we get. The sheep will hunger. They should have all been... I can check here. I didn't actually process the information. But they should have been... Yeah, they're all at 100% health now. Very nice. And we have very little grass left. They tore through that grass overnight. So we are gonna need this grass. We've got, I believe, a little over 2 hours of grass left in their feed. So bare minimum, I'm gonna need like 5 months worth of grass for them to eat. They eat, last we checked, was like 900 liters, but they're gonna eat more than 1,000 because I strongly believe that before the next time I will have grass, unless we buy land to get more grass, which I might do. We'll do the math here. But let's say they really need like 1,000 per hour to make the math easy. So it's 24,000 liters per day, which makes it a stupid amount per month. Oh no. Let's see, 48, so 96 hours or 96K per month. We have to survive I would say at minimum 5 months. Because timing is going to be really weird here for us because of winter. That's a lot of quests. That's a lot of quests. That's almost 500,000 grass. And one bale is 4.5. That's a lot of grass. But 4.5, so 111 bales. I think we'll actually have enough grass. Which is crazy, but because from 64 acres, we got 362 bales. And we basically have 32 acres of grass. It's going to be less, but it shouldn't be by a drastic amount. So we might have just the right amount of grass to get through this winter and still feed our sheep. The good news is that in this universe, if I'm wrong, the worst thing that could happen is they stop producing wool. They will not die. In this universe, sheep can fly and they don't need food to live. They just need food to be productive. Imagine if that's how it worked in real life, not just with sheep, but with people. I feel like if people could fly, it would actually be awful. Also, the first thing I pictured with people not needing food to survive, but needing food to be productive, was just a bunch of miserable people that were starving but not dying. Am I in a bad headspace today? I don't know. Oh. Ba-dum, ba-da-da-ba-bum. Ba-da-da-dum. I really do love Zelda music, man. I need to play the rest of the Zelda games. I don't think I could ever get enough of Zelda games. Every time I think about it, I'm just like, I can't believe how close I was to never playing a Zelda game. It's also just one of those things that, like, people hype up games a lot. And they, like, really, like, hype stuff up they loved from their childhood and stuff all the time. But Zelda's one of those things that, like, truly lived up to and surpassed everything I ever heard about Zelda. I remember specifically with Ocarina of Time, I went in trying to really temper my expectations because people hyped that game up like crazy. Like, that is so many people's game of all time, and they, like, are so excited to tell you that. And it was like, I didn't want that to make it to where I couldn't be impressed by the game. So I was, like, really trying to be, like, happy for them, but, like, not let it get to me too much. But it turns out it did not matter what I did. There's nothing anybody could have said about Ocarina of Time that would have made me not love that game. Like, it was such a massive turning point for Zelda too. Like, I went from actually really enjoying myself already to just being in a totally different realm of loving Zelda after we played Ocarina. It was such a huge turning point for me in the marathon. And I feel like a big part of it for me was just like, I am so bad at, like, top down. Like, there was this element of early Zelda that is part of the reason I'm bad at platformers, like 2D side-scrolling platformers, which is like, you'd go into a dungeon and you have projectiles firing at you from like 8 different directions, and you're also having to, like, solve a puzzle, and you're also having to, like, kill them and dodge their projectiles. You know, like you're having to do all these things simultaneously, and I suck at that. I suck so much at that, and that's basically what, like, one of the biggest things that makes 2D side scrollers really, really hard for me. That and the platforming, of course, because that requires depth perception, which I have none of when I play a video game. And I probably don't have very much of it in real life either. But yeah, I don't know if those two things are related, actually. But my left eye is weaker than my right eye, so I actually do have poor depth perception without my glasses. But I don't know that that would actually affect video games, especially since I wear my glasses to play video games. But also, depth is a lie in video games. So maybe I'm just too good at seeing things as they really are. That's what I'll say. I just have better vision. That's the real problem. Is my coffee cool enough yet? It's still very hot. Oh, but that's so good. Oh my God. Bum, ba-dum. I wonder what the next main Zelda game's gonna be like. I wonder if it will at all be like Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom in terms of like game feel, or if it's just gonna completely rock the boat all over again. I feel like they're gonna rock the boat. But also, even Nintendo, I feel like would have a hard time letting go of just how crazy successful those two games were. Like, how do you make those two games and then the next game in the series, like, for example, if they like didn't have like building stuff, which I feel like they probably won't, but it'll still be crazy to think of them like getting rid of a major mechanic that was super popular. But that's what they do. They're so weird. They just it's what makes them so good, but like it's also insanity to just throw that out the window. It's kind of how I feel about Monster Hunter too, actually. Like, part of what makes the Monster Hunter series, I think, so like people like me so invested into Monster Hunter is how willing they've been over the years to just be like, no, we're just gonna try something totally out there and different next time. Like, yeah, you'll still be hunting monsters, but we're gonna get rid of all those mechanics you loved and make new ones. We're not just gonna iterate on everything all the time. Like, a lot of stuff gets thrown out with each Monster Hunter game, and I feel like that's what kind of what Zelda does too. I'm sure a lot of people would disagree with me because they're like, oh, a lot of people, I remember when Breath of the Wild came out and I hadn't played previous Zelda games, but I remember like the Zelda fans outraged. They were saying like, that's not a Zelda game. A Zelda game has this, this, and this. And it's so interesting for me because I simultaneously understand now why that was the reaction and also don't understand it. Because after playing them back to back to back and watching them sort of reinvent the wheel, but still have this like, I don't even know how to describe what I'm thinking, but like every single game obviously had, you know, similar like design themes, even if mechanics were different, but like there was a spirit to every game, no matter how different the art style might be between two games, or like the gameplay loop might be different. There was just this like true spirit of adventure in every single Zelda game. And like discovery. It was like adventure and discovery. That was just magical. And so, like in hindsight, thinking of all those people saying that about Breath of the Wild is kind of like sad, because it's like they missed the whole point. Like I can definitely understand someone being like, yeah, I didn't like Breath of the Wild, and I'm sad because like I really liked, you know, this Zelda game. Like I really like this one Zelda game. I can get that. But to say it's not Zelda, it just irks me for some reason. When I didn't know, I didn't really like, I was like, well, I don't know. Maybe they're right. Maybe it's not Zelda. But whatever this is, I love it. You know, like that's how I felt about Breath of the Wild. But then after actually playing all the other ones, like, or almost all the other ones, I was like, man, it sucks that people don't seem to. I mean, it's kind of hard to say that too, because I think people's opinions sort of get like watered down to the stupidest thing when translated through social media. But so maybe it isn't truly how people felt, and it's more how the conglomeration of complicated thoughts of lots of people, what that got boiled down into, whereas like the actual individual probably didn't feel this way. But it makes me sad if the individual did feel that way, because it's just so special. I guess this is where the property line must have been. Okay, we'll go around to the other side then. I will trust my past self. Did this many moons ago. This looks like a fair amount of grass. But yeah, actually, like thinking about it, I did this. It's funny because Louise and I were both kind of we're both really spreadsheet enjoyers, and so we often find excuses to make lists of things. I thought I was the craziest, like I was the person who did that the mostest in the entire universe, but I actually think Louise does it more than me. Truly found my soulmate in that way. But anyway, one of the many lists we made at one point was like listing our favorite series in the order that we like loved them, basically. But it was like specifically series. And I think now for me, I think that was maybe before I did Zelda. I'm not sure. But off the top of my head right now, it's like Monster Hunter, Zelda, and like Etrian. And the Etrian one's crazy because I have not even come close to actually completing that series. I'm like halfway through completing that series. And yet it's still like top 3 series for me. But I can't help it. I love it. I need to get back to... We were playing Etrian 3 like forever ago. I still have it installed, and I noticed it the other day, and I was like, man, I need to finish that. And we were pretty far, I think. I know we were like past that waypoint because we found that like second town or whatever. Did I roll credits on 3? Now, see, now I don't even know. So much happened. Maybe I did beat it. I genuinely don't remember. I don't think I did, though. But anyway, we still have 4 and 5 and Nexus to play. I better get those done before the newest Etrian comes out. They've been working on that for so damn long. It's gotta be soon. Also, it's funny, like, Yakuza definitely would have been on my favorite series of all time list. I mean, it's probably still on there somewhere. But it probably would have been much higher than it is now. But it's sort of like Etrian, I'm not really worried that they could really lessen my opinion of the series as a whole. But I would have said the same thing about Yakuza before the last Yakuza game. And unfortunately, the last Yakuza game did lessen my opinion of the series as a whole. Just a smidge. So I think it would be a little lower on the list. And then Farming Sim's in this weird spot where it's like, I almost don't feel like I can count it as a series because it's more like a Madden. It's like a sports game. I still need to get around to playing the rest of the Dragon Age series too. I really enjoyed what we played on stream. But that was literally the game. I was playing Dragon Age Awakening. I started it, and in the very beginning is when my computer officially died. It was painful. And I haven't been back to it since. And I remember that Dragon Age 2 was like one of my closest friends in college. She wasn't much of a gamer, really, because she just didn't like have as much time for it. But Dragon Age 2, she was absolutely obsessed with. So I've always wanted to get around to playing it. But I wanted to play them in order, you know? I still ended up playing them out of order because I played Inquisition, which I loved. And I will definitely replay that for stream if we get through the other ones. When we get through the other ones. It is a matter of time. But then that series, I just know that all the Dragon Age fans, it seemed like, in the entire world, except for, I think I remember Lola saying something positive. But it seemed like everyone in the entire world was super upset about the last Dragon Age game. But I also kind of remember people being really down on Inquisition, and I loved Inquisition, so, you know, you just can't trust people. And by people, I mean the conglomerated opinion of the people on social media. Which is not quite any individual's actual opinion. Just the combined worst parts of everyone's opinion. That's what people think. I'm gonna have really weird yaps today, aren't I? My brain is braining so hard today. Hey, look, I cut it. Like magic. Look, it was only 35 minutes. Easy peasy. Let's see if I still love this windrower that I got. That's a lot of sheep. Okay. Well, I think we should do the edges first. I wonder how this thing's gonna handle weird slopes. Because the sheep slopes were very steep, but somehow also still quite reasonable. Let's go to the right. Let's lower this. Beautiful. Oh my god, I love this windrower. Oh my god, it's just as I remember it. It's so beautiful. Oh my god. God damn, this thing is beautiful. It's like the best windrower ever made. I don't understand. Why'd they even make the other ones? Like, have you ever just done something wrong your entire life until you didn't? Because that's how I feel when I use this windrower. Like, what was I doing before? I just realized what I said. I suppose you do that with everything, huh? But for so long, for over 1,000 hours, I windrode incorrectly. I windrode in a way that was not as satisfactory as this, and it was wrong. Grumpy. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, that's a bush. I was confused. Didn't take pain meds, tried to tough it out. Now have intense spasms, hard to breathe. Oh, Lol, I'm so sorry. I hope they kick in soon. Toughest part of the hill for Fred. It's through here. Need PT for back, yeah, because you're lying down so much, yeah. Ugh, butts. Woodpecker. I surrender now. No. Famous I do better at Jeopardy. Loosens you up for trivia sport. You got this, Fred. You got this. I believe. I want to be a girl. What you like? It kind of is like, what are those things called? The like gardens, the sand things that you like. Oh shit. I fucked up. I feel like I'm doing a really extravagant version of that where you're like pushing the sand around. Zen garden, thank you. Yeah, it kind of feels like that, but with a tractor. I don't think they would do a Zen garden with a tractor. They use those tiny rakes. Seen rakes 4 feet wide. Ooh. I've only seen the Zen gardens when they're like tiny and like on someone's desk and they just use like a little tiny rake that's like smaller than a fork you would eat with. Makes sense there would be bigger ones though. Da, 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 da. Large sand space in an actual garden. That makes sense. But I assume the rake is still like a human pushing it, right? Yeah. That makes sense. Because I would assume the original like concept, I don't actually know anything about it, so I'm like talking about ass, but the original concept is probably sort of about you reaching Zen because you're like putting in manual labor or something, right? I would assume. Got a really good shot of that flying sheep when I went by. Oh my god. Alright, we're gonna do this real quick. I'm gonna get this outer layer real quick. I might regret doing it this way, but I specifically want to do it with the edge because I feel like it'll help me out. Some of it. Also for meditation and contemplation once done. Makes sense. Yeah, because a lot of meditation stuff is about like being grounded, and then a lot of being grounded stuff is about like connection with the ground. Just like you're grounded, so that's usually like a physical thing. It's actually kind of funny that there's like miniature ones, because I feel like the miniature ones probably escape a lot of the actual purpose of the original concept. But I don't know. I don't actually know anything about it. Ba-dum, ba-dum, bum, bum, bum. I haven't actually played Expedition 33, but this song makes me think of the music I have heard from that game. Office manager knick-knack stress thing, yeah. That is my life experience mostly, it's just office. Office life. I did go to a temple in Japan, but I don't think they had that kind of stuff. Is Zen Garden like it's a Buddha thing? I don't even know. Before stream today, I watched like 30 minutes of like a history of Mormons video. I found it very interesting, actually. Zen Buddhism. Makes sense, makes sense. So here's my thought with my strategy here. It's a little unusual from what I normally do, but I just kind of wanted to get the borders out of the way so we have less grass that's just hard to see. Before stream, you watched Crow Badly game. What was he playing this morning? He goes through games so quick. I don't know what he's up to. I know he played a little bit of Windrose at some point. Zaros. Oh, I don't even know what that is. I wonder when his game's gonna come out. What was it, like Evertale? Emberville. EA this summer. Oh. I'm so happy for him. I feel like he has tried to collaborate to make a game so many times. He's also like invested a ton of money into projects that he thought looked interesting, and a lot of them, because they were like MMOs, kind of just flopped or disappeared or scammed everybody and left. They died, yeah. He's been through it. But it seems like Emberville's really different for him. So I think it's actually gonna happen, because like he's actually like, it sounds like he's actually in control this time. So, and it looks so good, right? It looks so good. It really is a Co kind of game too. It's amazing. It looks awesome. I love the art style. Dude, if I was a big time streamer and I made the game of my dreams, I don't think very many people would be interested in the game that I made. Like, but Co's like preference is like way more up a lot more people's alley, I think. Has a lot more like general appeal than the messed up shit I would make. I'd be like, my dream game is a really niche, system heavy, overly complex RPG of some kind that like 10 people would love to play and everyone else would hate it. And I'm one of the 10 people. Yeah, I think this was the right play, just getting rid of all this. Kind of doing a headlands approach here. I have to pick up the bales too, so they're not in the way. Look at this stack right here, though. Crimson Desert finally released lore documents after you play the post-game stuff. Makes sense of everything. Oh. I'm excited to keep playing. Still got a lot to explore and everything. I'm excited to just replay that game too. When I think I'm gonna like wrap up my playthrough, my current one, and then leave the game alone, just like not pay attention to that game for at least like 6 months to a year, and then come back and replay it. See all the cool stuff they added. Ridiculous shooting shit. I love the mystery of the game though. For me, that was a big part of what I liked about it, was like just wondering what was going on. I feel like it really helped like with the wonder and exploration being more interesting. But I'm also the kind of person that would have been totally, potentially even happier if they never explained stuff. I do not mind like an open-ended like mystery. And where you're just like, everyone's just guessing what a bunch of things meant years after the game came out is kind of awesome, you know? Subnautica 2 EA coming out soon. I couldn't really play the first one because I'm a wimpy baby, so I imagine the same's probably true for the second one. However, I know Gratch is a huge Subnautica fan, so maybe he'll play it. And I need to reach out to Gratch. I haven't heard from him in forever. You know what? That is the second time on stream that I have, at least the second time that I have been like, man, I need to reach out to Gratch. I'm just gonna do it right now. Hold on. I should probably build a Lego fortress itself and kick it out. Maybe. Maybe. I love Gratch. He's such a good guy. Just like with Persona music playing and like Yakuza music playing and talking about Subnautica, I'm just like scratch, scratch, scratch in my brain. Well, we've already made 20 bales, and I'm just getting the headland grass here. So I think we're gonna be all right for winter. I'm curious how much grass the barn will hold. I mean, it doesn't really matter because I have bale storage right next to it, but I'm curious because the food capacity is going to scale up with how many sheep the pen can hold. So it's got to be some crazy number. It probably holds like 1,000,000 liters or something. We're actually getting more than a load of bales just from the perimeter here. More than I thought. Slope was winning there for a second. I don't know if you caught that. I was like sliding. I was rolling down the hill here. Uh-oh. 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 Oh no, it's getting worse. Okay. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum, bum. Don't immediately get that stuck back in there, stupid bale. Bum, 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 bum. You know what I just noticed? The game didn't freeze when I hit 9 o'clock. My God, look at all those sheep. And they just sort of like, oh, they're floating over here. It's like, and then they're just sort of gone. Oh no, they're in the sky. One of them looks like it's in a tree. Oh, wait. Oh, come on, Fred. Come on. There you go, buddy. Yeah, 30 bales would not have been my guess for how many we would get from this perimeter. Pretty good deal. Now we gotta go chase them all around these hills. Oh. It says rolls are empty. But that's not true. Ba-da-da-da-da. Ba-do-do-do. Ba-do-do-do-do. Ba-da-da-da-da. Okay, 31. We have to hunt down 31. White covering? No, because we're not actually wrapping them right now. It was actually the net that was empty. It just, the dialogue was, incorrect. That's a lot of sheep! Look at them all. God, is that only 800? It seems like more than 800. Seems like so many. Ba-da-da-da. Da-da-da. Da-da. So, one problem with this trailer compared to my lovely base game one is that it does not place, you don't place the bales onto the ground when you unload. So we are gonna have to manually unload. Unfortunate. But hey, it fits through the barn door. That's the main draw here. Da, 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 da. Ba-dum, bum, bum, bum. All right, 22. All right. Whoop. That tripped me out. Ba-dum, bum, bum, bum. Ba-dum, ba-dum, bum, bum, bum. Ba-dum, bum. Ba-dum, bum. Ooh. Ba-dum, ba-dum. Ba-dum. Bum, bum. Ba-da-da-dum. Ba-da-da-da-dum. Ba-da-da-da-da-dum. Ba-dum. Ba-da-da-dum. Bum. Ba-do-do-do. Well, over 100,000, or sorry, yeah, 100,000 liters are in there now. So that's something. So that was 22. And we needed 31, so there are 9 bales left to find here. And there's our 9th. Okay. Let's see, total capacity. It looks like it might hold 500,000. I think it's gonna hold 500,000. All right, Lola. Have a good nursing visit and a nap. See you later. A really good haul. Really not expecting that. I was just trying to get some things out of the way, but that was actually a lot of bales. Let's see, we want left. Yeah, left. Ba-do-do-do. Ba-do-do-do-do-do. Like this, I can't let you just want you. I really can't get over this windrower though. It's just so much better, man. The crazy thing is, I also feel like I've never seen anybody use this thing. It's gotta be new. I don't think I've seen anybody use it. I don't watch as much stuff as I used to, but I used to watch a ton of farming sim like playthroughs back in the day. But I don't think I've watched like any Farming Simulator 25 playthroughs. So if it was added there, then it would make sense, but I'd never seen it. Or the bigger one. Come on. Let me do a stretch break. Oof. And then we'll get back to this. Hello, hello, hello. I have returned. Let's see. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Ba-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da. Da-da-da. Ba-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da. Ba-da-ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Ba-da-ba-da. Ba-da-da-da-da. Ba-da-da. Ba-da-da. Back it up. The steep parts of this make this very difficult for Fred, for sure. Poor Fred. This ends up being... So we got 31 bales from this already. Well, plus I got 3 bales yesterday from this. I don't think there's any way we get 110 bales from just this field. But I don't know, maybe because like we got 31. I feel like getting in the 90s is actually pretty reasonable. But I do still have the first plot I bought for us to go mow, so. But I was just thinking that I should, if I want to, be able to use some bales for silage, but honestly, the more I think about it, I probably shouldn't. Just Right now, silage will give me money, sure, but who knows how many sheep we're gonna get. I don't know in real life the gestation period or whatever it's called, the how long someone's like pregnant. Sorry, I'm really tired. I don't know how long it takes them to make babies. That's what I'm trying to say. In real life or in this game. So we'll have to see. But if the number of babies is my current sheep cut in half, since they're all the same age and everything, since they all showed up on the same day, we're gonna get a lot of sheep. Like a stupid amount. We get 400 sheep when they all have babies at the same time, if that's how it works, which I'm pretty sure it is. But yeah, and at that point, if that's what happens and it's like quick, if it's like in a month or something crazy, I don't really see myself buying more sheep. Especially because we're already making more wool than Granny can process. So we know my next purchase has to be a Granny upgrade. And like, we're not making money super quick right now, so I can't see any reason why we would buy more sheep, because I feel like unless they literally take like an entire year or something to have babies, just by the time I could even get to the point financially where that I would be thinking about doing that, they would already have all the babies to fill the pen. The downside is they would be babies, so they would have to wait that much longer to be at maximum productivity. Whoa. They'd have to wait 8 months longer to be exact, plus however long it takes them to be born. I feel like ultimately it's going to be almost a full year behind your parents, and then, you know, but if they were giving birth 400 at a time, that would mean, let's see, next one would be 1200, 1600, 2000. Let's say 1200, 1600, 2000, 2400, 800, 3000. So 6 pregnancies and we'd be full. That is a long time. Even at even at 1 month, it would be a long time. So maybe not. If I get like 20K every day from fish, because I fish in the dark, still like 3 days from a granny upgrade. So we would be out of September by then. This coffee's not working. I think it's defective. Hey, hey. Yeah. Ooh. Red's gonna need gas before this day is through. Ba-dum-bum-bum-ba-dum. Bum-bum-bum. Oh, yeah, I think I need a nap. I just did not get enough sleep. I really would like to stream more Farming Sim today, but I feel like if I take a nap, I'm just not gonna come back in time. But I gotta. I'm dying. I'm gonna try to nap and come back later today. Maybe it'll be an evening stream. But I am my recovery plan did not work. Oof. God, I want to farm so bad though. It's not even funny. I had such high hopes, but coffee did not do the trick. So I'm gonna end here. Plan will be that I come back. Here's hoping. If not, I'll see you guys on Monday with Serial Ultimate. And we'll do the same rigmarole. We'll do Serial Ultimate, Crimson Desert, Farming Friday. Farming Thursday, Farming Friday, I guess. But yeah, but hopefully I come back today and we can get some more farming in. Bye.